Good morning. How you folks doing? We are on for another live streamy day, and I'm just going to fiddle around with my streaming stuff and see to it I got to update my description. Grinding through, not though, through, not through hoe. And I call it grinding through reverb patches, which is a slightly weird way, and plugin coding is a good enough title for that. So yeah, well, I mean, it's going to be a good day, but I'm not sure if it's going to be the most exciting day. Chat with me while I do this, and it'll be a little more interesting, because what we're up to is a process that you could see here. That's right, you heard right. This is the day for one thing, for me to point the microphone towards myself and have my coffee ready. I need to go through a bunch of these. And by a bunch of these, see how it says like 60U and so on? File size larger than 21035.831 bytes. I got to go through these. All the way to this one, which is almost certainly not going to amount to anything. Just in case some of the ones on the very end qualify. Because I have a whole process going here. Let's see, 6059 is the next one. And while I'm doing that, it's a fine time for me to answer questions about meter or anything else. Okay. I think it would depend what kind of analog noises. And by all means, use a translator. Anything that you need to do in order to ask me. My feeling about how meter works is that I'm tapping into some things about how human hearing works. So it would make sense that rain registers well here, but also analog noises, yes. Let's see now. So I have to, and thank you, Florian. I'm doing well. I'm doing well enough. It's a bit of a grind. I was up rather early to start work on this. I gotta keep doing this loop. What we get out of the end of it is something like this. But not all of these are going to be the same. So what I do, and I'll do my best to sort of keep chatting away during all of this. There is an initial track, and if this gets too boring, we can actually start trying to do that. No, I updated it, David. So let's see, you got to quit out of there. And is 59DU larger than 20.9 megs, which you can't really see behind my camera, but no, it is not. And that means this one that you just heard a little bit of it, we delete it. It goes away. I know that might sound kind of shocking, but most of these are going to go away. The ones that we have left over are ones like this that are most incompressible. What incompressible means is not always sounding good, it's definitely a little tricky as to what this is going to mean. I've got kind of an extra bright reverb send here. But what it's doing is we're measuring these, and I have to go through all of them, but I get to throw a bunch of them away and only keep the ones that are what I'm calling incompressible. I wonder if I can turn my mic up at all. Let's find out. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, so now I've turned the mic up a little bit. That should be a little better. All I got to do is remember that I 3 boops back down again, and I'll go back down. When I say incompressible, what I'm talking about is we're doing all of these individual takes. And did that just create a... Well, that's 59C. Let's build it again. If I get confused, I'll have to like rewind or go back. And I do this little loop of activities over and over again. You're sharing this with me today. So essentially, if it's boring, ask me a question. I'll be just as excited to hear the question as you will be to ask it. Otherwise, there's nothing but this for 6 or 8 hours at a stretch. And it produces a noise like this. These are little tiny 4x4 householder matrices. They're not very large in size, not at all. And that's so that I can downsample them using the new kinds of downsampling. But the idea here was to do one. Let's see if I can scooch this over. Very good. 59B this time. If they are rated incompressible, that means that the reverb tail doesn't have as many repeating characteristics sort of on the micro level. So I'm looking for stuff where the reverb constants line up in particular ways, and that's my first avenue towards beginning to look at that. We've got a bunch of other things going on there as well. For instance, on this one, this is Alien Kittens, and it's capable of scooching the entire reverb over to the side, because I don't have any filtering in this one. So I see a question from Unamacha. So I will answer that in a moment. I don't know how you translate, or if you translate my talking back to you. So I will try to, if you're using like Google Translate, I'll try not to talk so fast that Google Translate falls over and fails. Let's see. Quit. 59BU needs to be larger than 21.0, but it's 20.7. So that one is being rejected as well. And the counter goes up. Low frequency noise moves past. Probably not. Difference in all spectrum probably does not give rise, no. Also, the thing that gives you a letter grade and the indicator that rises, you don't want to always go up as high as it can go. For commercial sales, aiming for B or C tier is better. Going all the way to AA. Oh, look, this one's louder. Going all the way to AA is probably too much, unless you're doing music for a cult audience, people who are really into your band, and you don't have to worry about interesting, like, mainstream audiences. So Florian, if we get tired enough of this, we can try to synthesize a grand piano, for instance, in Surge XT. That could be fun. Not sure if I've done that before. See, quit out of here. Is it larger than 21.0? Yes, this time it's 21.2. One of the things I'm noticing is that incompressibility is not necessarily the same thing as it sounding good, but I think it's going to be a part of that. Thank you, Florian, for bringing that up, because I knew I was doing this for a good reason. I knew I needed to dig through these in such a way to get a kind of result. I'm testing this with regeneration, and I know that I might want to be doing a small chamber or small room kind of thing. But yeah, indeed, that is exactly what I'm looking to be able to do, is to do something that will give me a better handle on the headphone monitoring thing. And that's also why it is dual mono. So let's see, copy. Yeah, I knew there was something. I'm diving into all of this and I had forgotten the basic reason why I was after it, but that is in fact the reason that I'm after it. Should make myself some kind of little note. In fact, that's a fantastic idea. I have a little note with some of my stuff written on it, so doing a little note just for myself, because this is not going to translate, or probably isn't going to translate into, well, maybe it will. What I'm looking to do here is probably going to be standalone, but my mnemonic for remembering what I'm doing is I've written down cans X, because cans is part of monitoring and should help with that kind of thing. And what I'm looking to do is considerably more fancy than that. Although that's not to say, I don't know, I suppose I should just treat that as a joke. Not the headphone thing, but the idea, like, I am going through console 9, and then console X is legitimately console 10, so you can use it for that. But I should avoid trying to call all of my coolest, newest things thing X, because although it would be funny, it's only funny if I'm making fun of Elon Musk. Otherwise, it's rather pathetic. So perhaps not so much. But that will remind me what I'm doing. So let's see, 59, U. Let's see whether this one counts as incompressible, because the way this is going, the smaller these get, the more likely they're going to be too small of a room to even be remotely successful. And there's a lot of stuff I've got to do in order to make it actually work. And it's mostly about covering mid-range, but I'm monitoring it through extreme brightness. And you can have the headphone thingy sound like this. But this will reveal whether the basic sound is unlistenable. And then this thump thing. Like, nobody makes their control room out of glass and mirrors, except for me. I have mirrors up, but that's because I have diffusion, and I like sound bouncing around to some extent. But nobody makes the room entirely out of glass and mirrors to make it sound like this. So it's not going to be that. But when I exaggerate it this much in this direction, it'll really reveal whether the underlying algorithm is garbage or not. And we're shooting for non-garbage in various ways. Why does that already say 59U? Because I've already saved it. And that's 20.9, and it needs to be 21.0, so we're going to throw away that one. And it did, in fact, sound garbage, so we're cool with that. Maybe what I should do is edit my stream settings to indicate that, because I have a better example now of what I'm actually looking to be doing. So let's go and do that after I do this. And yeah, I ought to be able to talk during this, but I have to keep track of all these little motions. And see, we got dry wet, all cranked. Damping is at 5.9. This is an input trim. And it has tuned the whole thing in until it works the way that the other reverb did. And this is not a nice sound yet, but I'm shooting for it. So that's a lot of sustain, and I'm going to need this part to be real smooth. And this is 56C. Once I've done as many of these as I can and had them actually work out, let me scooch over to here. Edit my stream setting. Now it says, these are raw reverb algos for a headphone room emulation idea. And that, I think, sums it up pretty nicely. Let's see whether this one's good. Is it larger than 21.035? Nope, it says 21. So this is the first line of defense for me to be able to go through here and come up with something that really legitimately gives me good reverb options for this. And I'm sharing this, and so I will try to keep an eye out on oh, interesting. Anamaya Shiva. It's interesting that you mention a Yandex browser, because there is also a Yandex that's making my control surface. And that was on the very end of my video this week. And I'm quite looking forward to some of that. Let's see, let's keep this rolling. I have a long way to go before I'm done. I can probably come up with some, like, once I've done these, they have to pass this test first. We have to do this and apply this. This shows me what's happening to it. That shows me sort of the dimensions of the room. And I will have stuff left over, some of which will be weird or creaky or whatever you would like, because I'm leaving lots of these as like unselected. I've already got almost, like, this is as many as I've got here. Let's see. 56B, U. So I will then show you one of the ones that I made that's more like normal thing. First, they got to test this. Is it larger than 21.0? Yeah, it's 21.1. Cool. So here's one of my larger ones that still is incompressible. It's a very live room. Here's the sweep. And alien kittens. And I'm going to do my usual thing of measuring these, because I want to see which ones are louder, which ones are softer, which ones let more bass through, which ones don't. And this part's going to be very important for the headphone thing. Because it's a sustaining reverb, and any frequencies that stick out on this tone sweep will be a problem for the headphone room simulation thing. Like, that will be a problem and not work for that. Also, you can hear the drum part. A funny thing about this is that I'm needing to give up on the basic concept. And I will. Give me a moment. Like, I don't need to leave this open. Here's the sweep. Alien kittens. Here's the drums. That's my test pattern. So what I do when I do this is I go through this and run through every one of these possible options. Each of these took hours of processing time just to get to. Each of these were the result of running my computer at full crank, like literally overnight, in order to get to and taking many combinations of these constants and getting rid of most of them. Like, even if these sound kind of not good, there's tens, hundreds of thousands for each one that were worse. And so we're doing this whole thing of trying to get through this complicated process to ones that are really good. And this is part of that process, is taking this and going through and finding ways to have it not be good and throw them away. So here's that sound source again. And there could be many criteria. Like I have to come up with the criteria. For instance, if I wanted ones where this was a perfectly smooth shape, and when I say this, I mean the sweep. We'll save it. I might decide that for these waveforms, I want this sweep to be perfectly even. It started out as a little rectangle. And this is not a rectangle. This is a this. But as it passes through every frequency, because it's a tone sweep of a sine wave, as it passes through every frequency, it shouldn't be reinforcing anything unusually much. Here's your second in swinging on a chain swing mode, apparently. Let's see if this one succeeded. It has to be larger than 21.0. It is not. It's 20.6. So that actually doesn't succeed. And with a lot of these, I don't have to listen to this part. I am measuring it by something that I don't have to listen to. Because my conclusion is that this is a way of doing this where, like with the running it overnight on the computer and discarding tens of thousands of options for each one of these ones that sticks around, I can go through this, measure this, and if it fails on this measurement, it has failed upon a thing which I think is important. And I can treat that as a form of analyzing. So, like for this one, I have not listened to that. Because there's like upwards, there's like 29 options I have already, which I haven't even listened, which I haven't even measured. I had better have done this properly, or I have a world of hurt ahead of me. Yes, I did. See, the things that I have to remember to do are things like typing in the correct name. If I save this on top of my original one, I'm kind of screwed, so let's try to avoid that. In fact, let's set up a backup. I have to quit out of that in order to replace it. And that needs to be larger than 21, but it's 20.8. So there's one. I never even heard what that reverb sounded like. I threw it away unheard. And we're going to option copy this over here just to make sure that I've got... Okay, what's going on there? Oh, I see what happened. I'm doing these in reverse order, so I have a space at the beginning of that file name. But I'm saving that to here so that, and here's all the ones that I've been through so far. So far this morning, we've already thrown away these. And it's barely 9:30 in the morning. And that's the hope, is to be able to move through this stuff fast enough, including getting rid of ones that I don't like. or getting rid of ones from which I have made a fitness function. This whole thing is a little bit like genetic algorithm stuff. It's a little bit like artificial life, in that I've generated all of these variations, and we're finding multiple ways of discarding the variations. And I do particularly like this one method of discarding the variations. Yeah, that's a neat description, chain swings. I've never heard of chain swings as a reverb. I find it hard to understand what that even means, but that just goes to show you that I'm not very clever and I do the best I can. One interesting side note to this waveform is that if the stuff in front is louder, it means it's reverberating high frequencies more. And if there's lumps towards the back, it's reverberating some low frequencies more, because it's a sine sweep. So as the sine passes through, if there's stuff that gets reinforced especially, it'll show up in the loudness wave of this. So let's see, that was 54C. Yep. I feel that this is going to be one of those days when my reputation is completely ruined and I sound like a total fool. But you know, sometimes that's just what a day is like. You can't let that stop you. If I have anything for people today, it is the encouragement of like being brave and going forth even when you're just a dumb, silly person. Like, I didn't even remember that I was working on the headphone thing, but I knew that I was working on this for a reason, and so I went ahead to begin to do that. And I know that some of the stuff that I'm doing relates to that on the future, hopefully cleverer and more with it day. And granted, I could just drink lots of coffee and maybe I'll be more with it today, but hopefully on the more with it day, when I do need to figure out how to do that headphone room simulation thing, I'll be able to use this and get some good usage out of it. So 54B. It's okay for today to just grind away through all the stuff that needs to be done before I can do that. I got to get through this before I can get to that. And there's no reason not to get through this on a day when, I don't know, it's been quite a couple of weeks. Huh? Fair? Fair? So let's see, quit out of there. Is that larger than 20.9? No, it's 20.5. It's possible that this 56B is the last successful one I get for even... I probably have hundreds of these to go through. Thing is, if it's important to have a really small room sound that's balanced and good, and we're going to assume that it needs to be incompressible, that's something that I'm very much in favor of here. I want to run with this incompressibility thing. I feel like that's going to be a good metric for whether that reverb is really a good one or not, on top of some other things. John Daub. Why, yes, I am. Not literally right now. Like the one that I'm developing this stuff on is still an old Intel machine. In fact, it is Snow Leopard on an Intel Core i5 with 8 gigs of RAM. So, and this is not the M chip style 8 gig. This is old school 8 gigs of RAM. i.e. not enough. So this is an antique. Let's see. Let's get through this before I answer the rest of the question. I got to be ready to catch this in case I mistakenly hit Command S by mistake. That would be saving the reverb thing over my test pattern, and that would mean I'd have to go and get the other file back again. I'm sorry that when I say things I sound so dumb. In any case, those are also deleted. So the machine that I'm streaming on is much more capable. In fact, that's why I'm able to stream and do full mixdowns in Reaper. I can show you that. Like, one of the things about this is this is tax deductible, so I get to do it pretty full on. This is a M1 Ultra with lots of RAM because I needed to test whether or not I could use those, modern AI type things. And so I needed to be able to run stuff like that in case I can make it do something useful. But it also is good for streaming and then doing a lot of mixing or video editing. And I do all of my videos on that other machine. And then I have a laptop for traveling with. And the laptop is actually what I run the plugins on when I make these Sunday videos. So technically, I am entirely on M1, not even M3s or M2s. I'm just picking out grades of M1 and getting them enough RAM that they can really perform up to maximum capability. Because this is my livelihood, so I get to write it off on my taxes, and that's handy. Not that I honestly make that much money doing this, but what I do make, I can basically throw everything that I earn into like keeping the computers to be amazing, and that's legit. So there is that. So yes, for all intents and purposes, I am on an M-chip Mac. These things that we're looking at right now, where it says 52 CU rated incompressible if blah 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 blah. This was all generated on that M1 Ultra. When generating these, like let's see, copy, I'll show you what we're doing. 52 CU, we've got all these numbers. The program that's generating those numbers is a program that I wrote in the Godot game engine. Let's see, build. And when I'm generating these, like for each one, it's running through like hundreds of options a minute, trying to find the best possible one and throwing away like nearly all of them. And every couple of hours, it'll come up with one that it's willing to write down and keep. And those are the ones that I'm going through now. So all the other ones it generates are worse than this. And this would count as one of the ones that it thinks is better than all those others. And I have the M1 Ultra cranking away all night long so hard that its fan is running for like 8, 10, 12 hours at a stretch to generate these. That's very metallic sounding. So this one's almost certainly not going to be good because there is a note that pokes out, and we can't have that. But we measured anyway. Oh God. I hit some wrong buttons. Maybe don't do that. Okay, so let's try hitting those buttons properly this time. 52C. It's gotten to be honestly funny to me. I think sometimes I go through weeks on end like this. If it gets bad enough, I'll just play Minecraft or something. I'll do something that's really just dumb and not important. But see here, here's another useless one. 52CU, it says that the size that I have made using a FLAC is 20.3 meters, 20.3 megabytes, not meters, but it needs to be larger than 20.9 megabytes for me to count it as incompressible. What incompressible means is FLAC is a lossless compression. FLAC, unlike MP3, means when you load it back up again, you have not lost a single bit of data. Everything is still contained. In order to do that, it needs like a 20 meg file where a MP3 would be a couple of 100K. But there's a price to it. The price is as follows. If the thing it's trying to record is too random, it's going to take more space to record it. It's going to eat more size of the file to do it because it has to do every little detail. So when I see something that says, and see the one that I'm working on doesn't have any reverb and it's only 11.9 megabytes. This is 20.3, but it needs to be 20.932. So we're discarding this. And again, we could go through and discard literally all of these, but you never can tell. We might get one rated incompressible. So 52B. If it's incompressible, it means that the reverb tail is sufficiently complicated that it is not producing large amounts of the same sound over and over again, because a FLAC compression is going to be able to encode stuff more easily if it's less random. And part of what a reverb tail should do is produce an output that doesn't seem like it's very predictable. Like this might be a good example of bad. So the sustaining parts there, the parts where you hear like a ringing noise, where it has, and I think this is going to affect the high frequencies way more than the lows, so I'm going to have multiple checks on this. 52B, U. But what we're shooting for is extremely small reverbs, like these little shoebox sizes, these little studio room sizes. I should be able to come up with ways to make it so that it's not bright and grating. I feel that just heavy filtering ought to do that. Like I should be able to throw a couple of IIR filters on it and just substantially take away both the high frequencies going into the reverb and coming out of it, and very likely also throw one on the feedback path and just use filters on everything so that it doesn't sound like you're in somebody's bathroom. 20.7 is not larger than 20.9, but see, we're closer than the previous one. And if I keep at this, see, we're down to 52 here. Let's see, copy. It is kind of brain rotting after a while, but I'll have to survive that, and you can survive it along with me, or you can go off and do something else. I'll try to keep talking if it's just listening to my voice, even if I'm saying dumb things. But there is the possibility that between 52 and the smallest one that I've got, which is like 13, there will be a couple of them that count as incompressible. The size that I'm deeming incompressible is also getting smaller as we go. For some of these, I've kind of had to guesstimate how they react. So that could be interesting. I do see a large spike here. That would indicate something reinforcing, something being louder than it needs to be. But again, we are going to just save it. And then very possibly get rid of it immediately without even listening. Before 23 asked, could we get tape 2 after to tape 7? Yeah, it's not impossible. Not impossible. That would be one where I really just kind of dialed it in. Or, rather than simply tape 2, I could do lettered versions, and I could aim the lettered versions after the ones that I've got physical evidence of. If you know what I mean. And when I say physical evidence, I paid money to run my example files through that online service where you're paying like $15 every 5 minutes to run stuff through Analog Gear over the internet. I did that, and I used their analog tape machines. So I've got example files of that. So we could absolutely do tape S and tape T. That's a nifty idea. I like that. I like the feel of that idea. I would want to dial everything in just right. And one of the nice things about that is that I can dial in those things using the existing 2 tape 7 settings that we will have and stack them up. Because you see, I have got examples of my file being run through the analog machines that this site had, the Studer and the Telefunken, 3 times, 4 times. That is also a good idea before. That is also a good idea. And yeah, the tape without additional information around it is the ones where it's just no controls, probably a input and output level control, and that's it. And not all of the fiddle stuff, just a very simple minimal version. So that makes very good sense. Probably worth me writing some of this stuff down. Give me a second. I got all kinds of irons in the fire, I'll tell you. I'm going to transfer some of my notes to other notes. Maybe what I'll end up doing is that will become a standalone plugin called Cans. Because the initial versions of Cans that are in monitoring are very simple. It's a much more minimal thing. Whereas I feel like I can expand this outwards quite a lot, and that would be a good standalone. Florian, that depends on how much time I have to execute on any of these things. I'm going to go through today in order to get these room sounds measured properly as well as I can. As you see, I'm still on 52 and it's getting on towards 10 in the morning. I might be able to get through all these today. It'll be exhausting, but I'll do it. Let's see, what else? Yeah, the tape variations. So one of the things I will be noting is 2 tape 7, clearly. That's coming up. Right, and tape S. Tape S, Studer, tape T, Telefunken, tape C, cassette. That's probably about all I can do for the time being, but I do like that suggestion. It'll take me a while to get those done, but if I can get to tape 7 done, that's what I would need in order to go beyond it and do those. Yeah, you see here, this is the interesting thing about what we're talking about. Channel 9 is not actually a tape deck at all. Nor is the fact that it says TAC representative of it's meant to be like a tape deck. It's meant to be similar behavior to a particular mixing board that TAC made. And even that, not so much. Because you see, the thing with that mixing board, it's not really that mixing board either. It's just an adjustment of a slew clip and a high pass and a saturation function tailored to go to those settings. So it's similar to like what tape could become of just presets, but it's very simple. Let's see, so 20.6 is not larger than 20.9, so this goes away. This did not make it. Again, we very well might go through literally all of these and reject every single one. But there is the possibility that in the hundreds of ones I've got to go through, one of them might get through. I'd like that. I'd like to see that. We'll celebrate a little bit every time one does, because they're going to be few and far between. Simon, it looks like there's no chance of me doing that today. I mean, on a day when I can't even talk properly, it's definitely not going to be. $51B. Well, one thing about my stuff is you can usually count on my stuff not to be a huge CPU hog. There's actually a bunch of interesting things that I'd like to work on. Today, it looks like I've got to do this. I've got to do this for 8 hours if I have to, but there's a bunch of interesting things that I would also like to work on, and I think I can probably even show you one of them. 20.3 is not larger than 20.9. This is an extra hard fail. That one absolutely doesn't make it. Look at this. So this showed up because a guy whose plugins you probably know about. It was on a plugin maker's Discord server that I am fortunate enough to be allowed into. And a bunch of these guys were talking about these measurements. He had measured a circuit, which is like a stomp box circuit, where you got your V in and you got modeled diodes and a capacitor and stuff. And that's his idea of a modeled circuit. As you can see, it is just a couple of diodes to ground. Or I think it's to ground. No, it's to the up. Well, it would have to be to ground, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's got to be to ground. That triangle is ground. And then also a parallel capacitor. And what ends up happening with the parallel capacitor is interesting. Because on the bottom waveform, the top waveform, you got some kind of funny thing where it's not really distorting very hard. Bottom waveform represents it distorting much harder. And what we've got is all these different points in the circuit being measured for voltages and stuff. And then the dark blue, which I think is a poor choice for that, is showing not only a clipped signal that's also somewhat delayed, it's somewhat slowed by the fact that the capacitor has to charge, but it's also doing a weird, interesting thing that is asymmetrical, like that is turning into a kind of trapezoidal-shaped waveform. And that's not designed to be like a weird wave shaper. It's not trying to make it be a trapezoidal-shaped waveform. That's just what diodes and capacitor to ground do. So the guy that was doing this, yeah, you might be familiar with this fella. He did a compressor called the Glue. Got very excited about this and came up with a whole way of modeling it. Is writing a research paper for publication. And I was like, hey, very cool. Do you mind if I try to work out a quick hack to do the similar kind of wave shape? And he's like, Sebastian, you nailed it. That is who was doing that research, and they're going to come up with a paper, and they're going to show everybody the mathematics by which he came across being able to model that thing. And that thing is what analog hardware actually does, what a stomp box actually does. So that guy is likely to come out with a really realistic sounding stomp box plugin. And it appears that he wants to share the math by which he got to it with everybody. He was behaving like, oh yeah, everybody should use this now. That's nice and all. I still would rather come up with a way of faking that behavior with much simpler algorithms. Because if I can make the same wave shape, it works the same. As long as it follows and if I can make a similar wave shape, I can have a distinct and equally valid thing that maybe runs more efficiently. Because somebody was mentioning how analog obsession stuff could be CPU hogs. I like being able to do stuff that isn't. And I like doing stuff that's different. So at some point, I'm going to be playing with variables and saturations and wave shapers and things to see whether I can't make a similar behavior out of just variables and algorithms and stuff. Stuff to do the thing that we see done. Oh, good Lord. 20.2, that is not very incompressible at all. We are heading, but however, the variation we're seeing is bouncing all over the map. that suggests that it may very well still be possible that we'll get one of these where it does rate as incompressible, because that's an invariant thing. That's something where I'm basically just winging it and seeing what I can get. And I'm convinced that this is going to return a useful metric. I feel like I can guarantee that if I do a reverb sound and the reverb sound produces effects in the reverb tail that are more incompressible by a FLAC encoding versus much less or less incompressible by a FLAC encoding, that's going to translate to something that will be useful. And we've already got upwards of like close to 30 examples of ones that have counted as incompressible, and we have thrown away dozens upon dozens in the process, because I haven't just done this on stream. I have started early in the morning and all yesterday and last night. 50B. So this is me just finding ways of discarding reverb algorithms that will not be up to par. And this is the incompressibility measurement. And that is failing really hard now. 20 megs. But if it's varying from 20 to like 28, that does suggest that they're not all the same. So let's break the 50 barrier. And again, we're trying to get greater incompressibility out of these algorithms. I've got about as much sustain as I can reasonably have here. So everything is just kind of continuing to be saturated in reverb. It's all wet, so 100% this is the output of the sound. Yeah, I've been doing some, I can't be doing this all the time, especially these days, but I've been doing some things like that. See, it went from 20 to 20.6. Now I need it to be 20.8 or better. Like 20.9 I'll accept. But that changed by almost a megabyte in size. This one is considerably more incompressible than the previous one. And what that sounds like is not nice, but the amount of variation we're seeing, like for every one of these ones that is still there, and I gotta watch I turned my mic up, so I gotta avoid shouting. For every one of these ones that's still there, there's like 10 or 20 of them that I've thrown away in this process. This being one of them. This is not up to par. But the hope is that at some point in going through these, we'll get one. And then there will be loud cheering that will distort my microphone because I turned it up because I'm farther away from the mic than usual. All kinds of gung-ho about this process. We got to do this process. This is the process that will give us stuff to choose from. Oh, look at that. Isn't that interesting? In other reverbs, this would be the stuff I'd be looking for guitar sonority loud and bass sonority not loud. What does this even sound like? Okay, we have a ringing note. But it's fairly quiet on Alien Kittens. Let's see how that compresses. 49. I look at microphone measurements, but that doesn't really tell you very much. Frequency response measurements are a very inaccurate way of telling you what something is going to do sound-wise. Let's see, 49, saved, measured, 20.5. That counts as not good enough, so we get rid of both of those and move on. Fuzz Factory, huh? Fuzz Factory 7. One of the things I've been contemplating is getting the kit for and building a Craig Anderton Quadrafuzz so that I can measure and model that. Ooh, here's one that is not making loud honking resonant noises. Or, I mean, it is and it isn't. Save. 48B. Yep, does call upon. Oh yeah, I have a copy of Electronic Music Projects for Musicians, Anderton book. It's not the one that I grew up with, but I was able to find another one. I've had it on camera at times, and I'll tell you why I've had it on camera at times. I particularly got a copy and had it on camera when I noticed that Craig Anderton had joined my Patreon, and I was so frickin' touched and moved and proud that I'm able to do anything that that man feels is worth having. So this is why I continue to do stuff like this. And I built a bunch of things, and I have built a lot of, like, Tube Sound Fuzz is a great starter project. You can do so much with that little 4049 chip. If you can build the Tube Sound Fuzz, you can build equalizers, you can build all kinds of things. I have hopes of making a bass fuzz that I can use on my bass for tracking with. I'd like to do a thing kind of like C-Rick bass, but in the analog domain. So let's see. Saved. Is it larger than 20.8? No, but it's 20.6. See, if any of these does incredibly well, maybe it will become a keeper. Copy. If not, we'll spend all day doing this and amounting to nothing. But honestly, everything that I've listened to so far has been basically but anyway, so that doesn't worry me, but I do have to check. I have to check to find out whether any of these happen to be amazing awesome sauce. And these are the few ways that I have to go about doing this. And again, we've already rejected hundreds of thousands of these through just running my program to generate this far. Like, to get this far, each one of these was the result of hours of processing and trying combinations and failing. And then these are also hours of So that sounds almost lifelike. Although we've got some kind of high frequency thing going on that isn't necessarily good. Yeah, there's a high frequency thing going on that's not good. That is 20.5, but see, that's what we're shooting for, is we're trying to get stuff, and that didn't count, that compresses to larger than X amount. And if we're lucky, we have hundreds of these to go. If we're lucky, there will be one or two that do actually make this cut. And we have done 13 of them so far that have been discarded as not good enough. Literally everything since 56. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the tube sound fuzz, the CMOS fuzz. You can do so many fun things with CMOS chips, and you can still get them, mostly. If you stop being able to get them, I'll start selling them, because I have a bunch of them, and I really am not going to be using. I don't anticipate living long enough to be able to use all the CMOS chips I got. There was a time when I wanted to become a chip dealer, or a homebrew circuit maker dealer, and I was going to do all manner of stuff, and it ended up just being an investment that didn't go anywhere. And I still kind of yearn for doing a little more of that. I still would like to get that rolling and be like, hi, this is the Airwindows homebrew thing. Here's where you order like 10 feet of 10 different colors of cable, that being little hookup wire. And so you can get this amount of wire for insanely cheaply and get your own solder and have a bunch of chips and things, and off you go. I'd like to do that. I would like to do that. It'll take a lot of doing, but the hardest part of getting the materials I've actually got. Then it becomes a matter of how would I go about doing that in a way that was satisfying? Also, the neat thing about the electronic circuits for musicians is lots of that stuff can be like stomp boxes, and so it can be battery powered. Let's see, 47. Oh, 20.7. That's close to 20.8. And as we go, the sizes get smaller and smaller. And then as we get into the 30s, it steps down quite sharply, so we might have some of those showing up. This, however, not quite enough. And that's fine. Trying to think of the other thing I wanted to say. Again, this is definitely brain rot day. I don't know what a Dave Rat is. who a day fret is. Yeah, so mentioning I might order a cheap Fuzz Factory 7 reminds me of a couple of neat things. Ooh, look at this sustaining noise there. That is a loud guitar resonance. Some of those I seek and some of those I don't. If it's just at one note, I don't want it. If it's all the guitar mid-range frequencies, that might actually be good. 7B. Oh, fair. Yeah, that would probably be never. I don't tend to work with people. $20.1. Okay, we're in the opposite extreme now. We have the most compressible. When I say the most compressible, what that means is this reverb output, whatever it ended up being, has so many repeating sound factors in it that the compression is able to go, oh, all of this is basically the same. Let's encode it using this, and we can save a lot of space on smushing this down into a smaller file. And I'm wanting stuff that is as incompressible as possible. So these things, not so much. We've done a lot of swing and a miss here. This entire area might not work for me. It's a process. It would be quite funny if I go through literally the rest of today, going through this for 8 hours with rare breaks. I do go and make another cup of coffee periodically. Probably be doing that pretty soon, actually. And get literally nothing. I might get nothing from all this. But I must know. I must find out. It's all the same processing each time, you see. And that's probably going to have a lot more to do with high frequencies not producing similar sounds. Honestly, I'm not exactly sure what incompressibility is going to map to sound-wise. I just think it's going to matter. So I'm prepared to throw away hundreds of thousands of iterations without even listening to it. 20.7 is not quite larger than 20.8, but see, the next one along is 20.78. So we might be approaching, probably not though, but we'll see. Gotta keep going in this tight little loop of activities, all of which I must do exactly right or it will not be useful information. But yeah, talking about building a Fuzz Factory 7, I'm going to be doing some building. Obviously not today. I have a really grueling but brainless work day today. It is on the very exhausting side. 46C. I also have yet to edit down some of my vinyl records to individual songs and measure them. And I've got some of those things to measure as well, so we could switch to other forms of brainless if we really want. But yeah, when I get a chance, I watched a video recently that was quite inspiring. And it showed me something interesting and worth knowing about, and I'd be happy to tell you about it. In fact, you'll have all the time in the world to go and watch that and then come back. I'll still be doing this, I guarantee. 20.1, not larger than 20.7. This one fails too. You fail. Good day, sir. They're getting too small. These little small reverb algorithms that can't actually make a good sound no matter what you do. So the thing that I discovered was the most recent Venus theory. The most recent Venus theory video is about some weird little tiny battery-powered speaker that he's like, this is my secret weapon. And I realized, hey, wait, I could totally do that. Not only that, I would value doing that. And so I ran out and spent like $11 on eBay. And hopefully by next week at least, I will have the thing that Venus theory has. In fact, I found the literal same one, but it probably doesn't have to be literally the same one. Let's see, save this. It's funny how grueling this is when it's getting me so little. It's really a swing and a miss, swing and a miss, swing and a miss, over and over and over and over and over again. All of these are hot garbage. None of them are any good. But I must know. I must know. And the ones that I've got already are not that great either, but gotta find out. $20.1 is not larger than 20.7. So Venus Theory did a video, which I encourage you to go off and watch. I'll be here, about this tiny little speaker that he found. One of those little Bluetooth / whatever speakers. It has an aux input and one tiny little transistor radio style speaker, like itty bitty dime, $50 sized cheapo paper speaker. The whole thing cost him like $9. And it was got in some kind of gas station or whatever. Complete hot garbage. The maker was On, which is also counts as hot garbage, but they're a well-known producer of being able to do stuff like that, being able to do a Bluetooth receiver that's very cheap and small, being able to very likely do a Class D amplifier, because that's how you do high-efficiency amplifiers that produce wattage for little itty-bitty tiny speakers. And that's a way of doing it. And Class D is also the closest thing you'll get to Class A. Like my studio monitors run off of Class D monoblocks. But this itty-bitty tiny thing is also probably Class D. And it is a single driver. That's important. It's a mid-range driver, which is important. $46U. See how this thing goes. And I heard a little bit of it on his stream when he was running something through it, and you could hear it just for a moment over his vocal mic. And I went, I remember that sound. That was the sound of when I was growing up and you just had a transistor radio and you were listening to the music coming across on radio stations. And that was all there was. And you didn't have your giant speakers you had those for your records, but your clock radio would wake you up in the morning and you'd set it to, like, for me, it would be like WBCN or WAAF. And it would be this chintzy, tinny, little mid-rangey sound because it's one little speaker and there's no audiophile qualities to it. But it's entirely dedicated to the mid-range. And it's small enough that you get some high frequencies and you don't get any bass. And you can get that again with these little itty-bitty, like, just listen to your podcast type speaker where they don't even pretend to do like super bass or anything. There's no super bass button to it. It is just minimal. And that's the kind you want. And so I ordered one. 20 is not larger than 20.7. We got another giant fail. I wonder whether any of these are going to be good. Going to have a big gap in here. Or maybe just literally nothing for the rest of the day will end up being good. Except for my determination. That counts as good. Yeah, the thing is, regarding taking it all the way, Venus Theory makes a earnest plea of you don't have to get the exact one that I have. To some extent, that's true. To some extent, it did want the one that he has, and I'll tell you why. The reason I want the one that he has is because it's tiny. It's about like yay big, and it is black and very minimal and has a aux in and no bass boost button. And what I heard, I could tell that they were doing nothing to the sound processing at all. That's what I want. So in a sense, I do want the exact one that he had. But the reason that I don't need to get a literal transistor radio and use that is because the form factor of this thing is very handy. All you need to do is have it charged up so that it has battery power, and I need to, like, I can unplug my keyboard probably and charge it that way. Just use something that I have plugged into my computer already so that I can get it charged easily. And then you just run a little 1/8" stereo cable from something, for instance, a headphone out. I could use the headphone out in my Lavery, but I have an even better option. You know something? This is 20.7, and it needs to be larger than 20.7. I'm going to count that as a win. We got there. We got one. Yay! We got one. What does it actually sound like? I bet it sounds like hot garbage. I don't care. That is enough for me. As long as I'm digging through these and none of them are even close to what I need, we're going to count this as what I need. Kind of honky and unpleasant. There's a mid-range thickness to that, which is interesting. Here's our sweep. Here's Alien Kittens. And here's drums. So it's going to be interesting playing with these and trying to make them sound like anything good. But we finally got one. That pleases me. That pleases the Chris. Let's see how many more of them we get. I thought I was going to go all the way to the very end without having a single other one count. But no, got there. How many have I thrown away? Probably about 26 by now. This is how we do this thing. We do this thing by finding the one. I tried to tailor it so that some of them would be passing through and some of them would be rejected. And now we've gone to this zone where like literally everything for a while is getting rejected. Although maybe not this, because that looks also similar in a pattern. 5B. I also wonder whether it is the sizes that end up correlating to something where, you know, a 45-seater, they all work, and then a 46-seater, none of them ever work. I wonder whether there's something like that. It doesn't make any sense, but who can say? That's definitely not. That's a 20.3. Absolutely not. Miles away. Forget it. But we got 45C. That was cool. And there is another thing, apart from me having ordered a tiny little, because the thing is, The part that I'm excited about is not simply being able to do this, knowing like, oh, I've got a spare headphone jack. I could simply plug this little portable speaker into there, set up the volume so that it's appropriate, turn off my studio mains, and then turn on that and plug it into the headphone out of my good converters. Well, there's more. I can go beyond that, because my good studio converters are run using an optical cable. And the Mac doesn't have an optical output. Some of them do. This one that I'm on right now that you see has an optical output, and I'm using it as such. Modern stuff, no. Modern stuff doesn't have an optical output. So I had to get this tiny little garbage thing, just little Chinese Amazon bait stuff where it's like convert a SPDIF or USB at any sample rate up to 192K to an optical out, because that's simple enough that it can do it. Like, it just has to be able to run fast enough. It doesn't have to be good. It doesn't have to have any sound quality, as long as it's giving the optical output the digital signal that's being sent. And it does. And it has this little bitty switch. And the switch is the important part, because the little bitty switch on the one that I've got switches between the optical output and what is apparently a headphone out. And it is apparently a headphone out that also would work as an aux. It probably doesn't have enough capacity to handle headphones properly. Like, I don't think you could give it a set of good headphones and it would be able to handle it. The Lavery has a great headphone out, but this tiny little object that gives me my digital conversion most likely does not. Let's see, 20.5, not good enough. We're going to pass. On to 44E. See, we get larger and larger letters because we're starting to have more and more options. And it's going to become more and more ridiculous as we go. And we're going to see what we get as we patiently grind. See, I got one in the last 3 hours. And that cuts it down to the ones I'm going to further measure, test, and audition. We're just going through a process of finding new things to discard. And it's very likely that this is going to be one of them. But yeah, the optical converter thing that I use has a little tiny switch, and that switch is between, are you using the optical out or are you using the aux? And I can hook that aux with a little cable up to the input of this tiny round speaker thing. Exactly the same one, or similar enough for all practical purposes, to the one Venus Theory is talking about. Technically, it is literally the same one, but that's because I wanted the same one, because more recent ones are larger and in all kinds of funky colors, and there's also ones with bass boosts and stuff, and he seems to have found the one most minimal one you could possibly get, and that's what I want. I'll be able to plug it into that and have it just sitting around, and I can check on that just by turning it on and flipping one switch. Don't need to shut anything else down, anything. And that's the other part of the equation, the convenience factor. And he mentioned that. He mentions that he's got it. He's got his in a little bin to the side of his desk, but he seems to still need to plug it in. I won't even need to do that. Mine's just going to be sitting there ready to use. I will have to reach it so that I can turn it on, but that's about it. Turn it on, hit one switch, and I'll be good. Let's see, 44E. The other thing that I'm doing is, when I go out and about, sometimes I bring along a little portable speaker, and a thing that I built out of Bastel Castles and Bastel Castle drums, because I have a little sort of lo-fi techno generating dealy that I made doing that, and I have come up with a way where I can expand it outwards to include like bass notes and things and riffs, and also split it in two so that I can have two portable speakers, and not the itty bitty one that does like bass and goes a little bit loud, your party speaker kind of thing, flashing lights and stuff too. And two of these little Bastel Castle thingies, and then with the right connections and cables and such, they get powered off of the party speaker, and their little aux thingy goes into the back of the party speaker so you can do your techno jamming, and another aux thingy will connect the two of them together so that they can synchronize with each other, meaning that I can make two-person jams. And that could be quite a lot of fun. It might be a little annoying sometimes, but you know, what fun is it not being annoying with techno music, I ask you. Discard another thing and move on. So I'm looking forward to getting to, what the heck do they call them? Bastel Castle. I've already got the drums. I've got the regular Castles, the old school, first ones. ARP. Castle ARP. That's the one. I'm getting a couple of Castle ARPs in, and I'm going to redesign my little setup. And I've got my little setup actually already designed and up and running, but I want to redesign it so that it can be a two-person activity, so that I can do this thing, but then jam with somebody who's also interested in playing with the toys. Or I can just set the two things up myself, and then like I have this dream, this idea of something that would be cool to do. Like if I go out to a con or something, or if I'm visiting family or who knows what. I most recently had family visiting me, although it was not for a very long time. It would be fun to be away from all the real gear and do an album just by every day coming up with something with the Bastels and doing sort of a being away from home with just a laptop and extremely portable gear. That to me, like back in the day, a couple of years ago now, I was dating somebody, and that was very nice in its way. It also had big challenges in its way, but it was very nice in its way. But one of the things about it was I was traveling. I was flying to Canada on the regular. And you can't bring along all your guitars. You can't travel with guitars. They'll break. So I would want to do things like bring along a little doohickey made of Bastel Castles and whatever was needed to be able to record with them. In fact, at one point I got that Teenage Engineering mixer, which also lets you use it as a converter, and that would have done a pretty darn good job of being a microscopic multi-track recorder that you could run stuff from the Bastel Castles into. In fact, it still is. I literally could still do that anytime I wanted. I've been meaning to sell that thing off, and I haven't gotten around to doing it yet. I should look and see how much they go for on like Reverb, because I would willingly sell it, but you know, I don't have to. I could use it. The one neat thing about it is it is so tiny that you can really travel with something like that. And part of the deal with this kind of thing is like throwing your laptop and that stuff into a backpack or whatever, and just going to some strange place and recording entire tracks there. So let's see, where are we at? 44DU. I gotta remember to do this as well. However, that was a dead loss. 20.1. I have got one in the 40s, mind you. I'll make it to 11. I'll go and make another cup of coffee, and we will keep going. That's my job for today. Getting through all of these. You can go away and come back. I'll still be here doing this. This is my job for today. Each of these is a unique and individual reverb that must be auditioned in some way. I'm just fortunate enough to be able to, because if I was listening to all of these, my ear would go. Impossible that I would be able to listen to all of these and be able to get past very far. So I have to come up with more methods of discarding them. I got to come up with metrics of weeding them down a little bit. Speaking of weeding, I also have to do lawn mowing. That I'll lose an entire day to lawn mowing fairly often. I'm getting older and I'm capable of doing it, but it really takes it out of me. And when I do a lawn mowing day, especially when it's nasty and it's in the summer and it's hot, I don't really have it in me to also do stuff like this all day long. I get too tired. This stuff will tire you out. I can't let it tire me out. I have to get through and finish measuring all of these. But if I was mowing the lawn, and it's also a rainy day, so I can't do that today, but if I was mowing the lawn, I probably wouldn't have the stamina for also doing this, and this kind of is more important. Because we're making noises like this. And I know that's horrible, but that's why we're measuring them. Technically, I am measuring a kind of horrible that is not necessarily obvious. Where if it measures very well on this particular form, and I think, well, I don't know. Let's find out. 20.2, not larger than 20.7. Yeet that one out the window and move on. Again, we have one thing that showed up in the middle of the 40s. And everything else is just an unbroken diet of failure. They're not making it. They're not good enough. They are not incompressible. My problem there, sweeter than anything, is I don't have one. I don't have a Schaefer Vega wireless system. With all this kind of stuff, I kind of have to have one to be able to make any sense out of that stuff. And even then, it's a swing and a miss, but what can you do? So let's see, 10 minutes and we take a break and I go and make another cup of coffee. And I put on some music so that you can have something to hear. Which is not to say I couldn't have music playing. I don't have a great way of doing it. I don't technically need to be listening to any of these, so I could put stuff on the big speakers. That's not such an unreasonable suggestion. The tendency there, oh God, 44U is 20 megabytes. That's way far away from what I need it to be. So one interesting thing about all this, and this is also interesting looking, the fact that it's not going very high in amplitude there. Let's see how that does. Is that I'm going to be using much less regeneration. This is being sustained long enough to produce what is potentially the amount of novelty I need. This has a degree of sustain long enough that, say, 45C here, compressed down to 20.7 megabytes just to get all the reverb tails in. For the headphone one, it won't be nearly as long as that. So it could easily end up that all these little smaller ones, it might be already too small for an appropriate sized room. Or not. I mean, I know I need to make it much darker, so that might involve doing heavy undersampling on it. That could be the way to do that. I don't know. We're going to have a lot of experimentations going on. And there will be a lot of options as well. There will be many options for which room you use. There's one that honks. By honks, I mean the sound of this particular moment goes loud. And it probably honks in terms of performance as well. Yeah, I'm quite excited about the Bastel Castel ARP. Ever since that thing came out, I was like, oh, that looks so cool. Similarly to how the Moog Labyrinth has come out, and I have not been trying to buy it, but I am strongly tempted by Moog Labyrinth. I was like, oh, that looks so cool. Those sound so cool. Florian, I did not. I'm honestly not quite sure where to start, but I'd probably start with FM synthesizer people trying to do that. Or my clavinet sound is a carpless strong in Surge XT. You can do that in Surge XT, so it might be possible to do a piano sound using a carpless strung. 19.9, okay. We're going the opposite direction. No, don't do that. We're taking all these and throwing them the heck away. Yeah, the fun thing with that is figuring out what things like the plugins in the effects section in Surge would help. Because there's stuff that goes on in a piano where you need help. For instance, high passing on a string by string basis is not going to be what you want. You want a high pass on the soundboard basis. It also becomes interesting to the point at which it's like, do you use a single wave Do you use multiple waves and crossover based on how many strings are in the key that you're hitting? Or do you start using a massive unison voice just to start getting the complexity you need? Because you can do a massive unison voice and have it produce complexity, even though that's not the way the piano gets complexity. 20.4. Okay, well, that's better, but not good. So many of these are going to be hot garbage. And my measurements aren't consistent even. But this is what I got, and this is all I have to work with. So we're working with what we've got. Sometimes it just feels appropriate to do one of those days where you're just trudging through a swamp of yuck and seeing what you get. For D, yep, that was what it was. It was D. Because like I got to do this anyway. Some point or other I have to do this. I have to walk through all of these. I might as well do them on stream. That way if somebody shows up and does have a question for me, I can answer them. And yes, you indeed can ask me anything. I do not know. $20.5, that's closer to 20.6, but not close enough. Yeet. It's 10:56. Let's see if I can accelerate a little bit. Maybe I can make it to 40 by the time I go and make another cup of coffee. That'd be exciting, right? Not. Sadly, nothing about this is exciting, but I need to do it. Gotta do it. Gotta go through this stuff. 42C. Gotta go through this stuff and come out with the options that I'll be able to draw from when trying to work out how to do the headphone thing. Piano tech, eh? Fair. I will bear that in mind if I need things like that. 20, not larger than 20.6. Or equal to. I will accept equal to at this stage. Nothing's making it. Nothing is succeeding. But the more that, oh, for heaven's sake, mistake. Minor mistake. 42B. Like the less of these come out the end of this process, the less work I have in store later. Because I do have to go and measure all of these using my usual measurements, the color coding that I do on the reverb tails, see what shows up as what, which will guide me towards what I can choose, and then listen, and then tune it to the end goal. But this is all being done. What on earth am I doing now? Let's dial back. I said I was going to start burning through these, and then I didn't. Two minutes to cup of coffee. No chance I'm going to make it to 40. That said, personally, I made it to 50 or 55 or so. Go me. You're going to love the mid-30s for this. We have like 32i. We've got so many instances of the smaller reverbs. And I didn't have file size generated for those numbers, and so I had to approximate them, and I approximated them more leniently. So we're probably going to get a bunch of those. These, not so much. These are using the original algorithm for file size larger, and that is not very flexible at all. It's being really strict. It's not letting anything through. Which on the one hand means I have less to deal with later, but on the other hand, it's kind of unfair. However, anything does get through, I'll know that it's very impressive indeed. And having got to this one, we have now made it through 42, and it's going to be time for coffee making. 19.9, that's not going to do it. Delete, delete. And we're on to 41. And we're on to pausing a little bit. I'm probably going to make my leisurely cup of coffee, put on my little hourglass, set some music going for you guys, and not rush getting back, because these days of grinding through evaluation of reverb algorithms are pretty rough. They're pretty tiring. I'll admit that. This is pretty tiring. I like being here. I like being able to answer people's questions. I like being here when people suggest things like, can we have a tape 2? At which point I realize I could do a tape S and a tape T and a tape C, and that's perfect for what I'm kind of talking about. So I like being given ideas like that. It might not be literally what you asked for, but I came up with my own idea. And hopefully the headphone thing will be worth all this work being put into it. Because it's easy enough coming up with this endless list of stuff. Because what I have to do is write programs to do the evaluating. And what we're doing is going through a list that will not recur because I'm not repeating the calculation that I made. I did a special version of the program just to generate a bunch of ones where it was dual mono. And it was evaluating it based on only the one. It wasn't evaluating it crossways. And it seems to have not made much of a difference. I had thought it would do more of a difference than it is. It's not doing that much of a difference. And that's kind of a letdown, but I wouldn't have known that. I had to try and find out. And Florian says, I was wondering if there's a simpler approximation to this kind of thing which does at least some of it. I don't know whether you mean what I'm doing or pianos. I would enjoy trying to play with coming up with a piano style thing. We'll see. I know some of the concepts behind that. However, for now, let's set up a thing. Oh, I know. I'll set you up with meter. Yeah, indeed. Piano thing. Heck with Free Luna. Let's do a weird and unlistenable one. Let's do one from who knows what. We'll start in a quiet section and go. And I need to set that to SWB audio capture. I always need to reset it. And hopefully will get us something. Back with my cup of coffee in a little bit. Fogbound apparently went to AE. It had some things going for it. I have no idea what that music sounded like. I'm not able to hear it. Quit out of there. Back over to our grindstone, which we are stuck on. And I will resume with my cup of coffee. I also had a little bit of a snack. I grabbed some raisins and dark chocolate chips and peanuts, sort of a trail mixy kind of thing that I make. Had a little bit of that. Let's start grinding through some more of these things. I'm pretty sure we have already rejected 42. Sweeter than anything, envious of such a chill track scoring so high in meter. You know, I mean, it's all tailored around the things I consider important, so it sort of stands to reason. The fact that I was able to get there without being able to measure any of it is neat. And again, like I said, I am quite looking forward to getting Bastel. See, there were several things I was thinking about around the Bastel scenario, the whole Castel thing, because there's a lot to consider. One of the things I was considering, apart from this fails and must be deleted, was I've already got a device made to run off a party speaker and be powered by its USB charger that has 2 Bastel Castles and 2 Bastel Castel drums on it. And I wanted to make ones that included the Bastel Castel ARP, because I want to be able to make notes and things. And the regular Castel, not really. The regular Castel mostly just does drones, and horrifying drones at that, or just weird stuff, which is fine. Nothing's wrong with that. It's mostly useful in this context for the fact that it has the Bastel LFO, which is another thing you can do with an ATtiny chip. And it'll produce either an LFO of a triangle wave or like a square pulse kind of thing, or a weird sort of modulated different notes kind of wave. Having extra ones like that can be real handy. It's real handy to have extra stuff in there. But it didn't prove that helpful as far as using the tone generation of it. So I thought of just taking what I've got, and it's mostly, the techno thing is mostly about using the Castel drums, and then leaving off the regular Castels and replacing them with the Castel ARPs. And that would produce notes and things. That is an option. 20.2, not larger than 20.6, blah, blah, blah. Take forever for me to get another one of these. However, another possibility, and I have to fabricate another backing for it. I've got this perf board stuff that I'm able to make backings for these Castles, and I remove the battery part and just power them off of USB. If I make another one and cut down the one that I've got, what I can do is make it so that I have two distinct Bastel wands, each one with drum on top, ARP in the middle, and the traditional Castle, the original one, on the bottom, meaning that there's two matching ones that can each be used for all kinds of funny different things. And it's a question of like, okay, simplify it down to 2 units or keep the third, because I do have it, and even though it mostly is about drones, you could still use it for stuff. Like that's the possibility. I took like 20 minutes stepping away from this stuff and not having to do this for a few blessed minutes. Yes, we have to apply. All the little steps have to be done exactly right each time, or my data won't be correct. I don't have to listen to it, but I do have to do all the little steps perfectly every time. Turning myself into a little machine, whereas I would have more fun turning Bastel Castles into a little techno machine. I am still contemplating the possibilities of some of that stuff. I'm still contemplating the possibilities of like, yeah, let me just keep the teenage engineering thing, the microscopic mixer, not use it as a mixer, and straight up use it to capture multi-channel Bastel Castles into the computer. And then mix it in Console X, of course. Yep. I am looking at chat a little bit too, talking about MDA piano and whether it is or is not really good by today's standards. Today's standards are going to be very advanced, mind you. And you never can tell. Like, I get most mileage on a piano sound out of the Kurzweil micro piano. And that's beyond even things like the Kurzweil 2600. It's a really old one, but it has certain things that just work. Much like this does not, and is being deleted. And that's how long it takes to test and reject one without speaking. Not counting the actual deleting part. So I should be drinking my coffee so that I can keep... It's exhausting trying to do this and also keep a line of conversation going, but I mean, it's streamed for a reason. There's a purpose behind the streaming. I do wonder... whether it would be nice to just move the let's see. I'm not using this optical cable for this right now. I'm just going through this painful process of measuring everything as part of my evaluations. If I can plug this thing together, I can switch to what's called Rain audio. Rain is the company that makes the optical converter. And we'll turn on fog bound again. But I'll turn the volume right down. And then we'll just put that on. It's a little bit over an hour, because all of these are made to fit onto CDs if I so wanted to do it. And that's going to be enough of a background noise. It's fine. It's fine, I say. Hey, we got all the way to 40. I feel like I'd better come up with some kind of noise to make if I'm not able to make the noises with my mouth this day. Always did like playing guitars and stuff. This is a heavily compressed guitar. I'm thinking this is probably 2 analog man juicers run into each other. I think that's what this one is. Because I had one for bass and I had one dedicated to guitar. And I can hear how heavily compressed it is. It's going to be an attempt at a jazzy tone, this one. But not bad for that. Sometimes playing an instrument is about manufacturing the amazing pattern of notes and texture of things, and sometimes the playing the instrument is just sort of howling at the moon. With these jams, it was typically a lot of that. I like just taking a guitar and sort of wheedling away. I usually don't do weird exercises. I usually am trying to do the howling at the moon. It's more complicated here. 9.2. But we're down to 20.5, so that's cool. There's a bar to reach, or fail to reach, most likely. Oh, and we're getting very close to a new level. Let's do this 40. And then we're on to a whole section that clearly didn't have any file size associated with it because it's even numbers. That might not make any sense to you. I don't care. We can but try. I had to make up values for some of this stuff that was not being offered me. Because my system usually spits out incompressible if file size larger than X for every single one, but all the ones that I did recently didn't have that. I didn't have it. So I had to either copy it from other ones of comparable size or just make it up. And we're getting right into the zone where I started making it up. .1, not larger than 20.5. Or equal. I'm accepting equal, but we're not getting in there. Now we start to see 20.5 with all zeros on the end of this part here. And that might make it more accessible. We might start seeing some of these actually be kept. I'd kind of like that. One of the challenges of the music that I'm hearing is that I'm using the modular synthesizer to generate the chords randomly. It just doesn't sound as random because it's using my stuff. You know the stuff. This stuff. The chords on the modular synthesizer are using this stuff to generate the chords. So on guitar, I'm trying to follow that, which is actually harder than it sounds. What are we doing? That's not the right answer. This is. Hopefully I'll get back into the swing of this. Now let's see how close this is to the target. So the way these chords and notes work is that they're able to depart around the modal scale that we're in, but it's also allowing it to go around the circle of fifths in interesting ways as well. Shameless plugs, perhaps not. Often I can't make sense of other people's source code, just saying. 19.8, not larger than 20.5. So we're still in the throwing everything away mode. And you know, good enough. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to be clinging to this task with my little claws all afternoon, I bet. I'm going to be like barely able to do it. But it's all cool. We finish this and we'll put on all different forms of long duration Chris music. And we'll do it. I will stick to this until I've done it. It's important. The fact that it's hard shouldn't stop me from the fact that it's important. It does make me miss the days of being able to play music on the internet like I did here. But then to be able to bring a really good sort of headphone room simulation monitoring thing that would actually help people would be really nice, so that's why I'm doing this. Sometimes when I'm playing guitar, I just play silly notes. I'm probably doing that because I heard it going silly on me. Hey, there's a bass. And is that larger than 20.5? No, it's 20 even. We're in a zone where we can probably get there though, so this is probably well chosen. So let me move this back. Here we go. $38C. I know, it can be the carbon-based life forms stream. I have to do this work, so that has to happen. But in the middle of doing all the work, it can be just listening to vibey sort of music that's kind of dark and chill and roomy. And then periodically, 38C. And I just go... Verb 4 is apply and close. 38C -U. And then having this one, I can groove to the music a little bit. Quit. 20.1, not larger than 20.45. So we actually are deleting a bunch of these things away. Probably one of the reasons that it was doing that, I don't know. No, this doesn't use Xox boxes. I whirl around these 4 windows, and I can never tell where I am. Ever whirling around the 4 little windows, which I must do hundreds upon hundreds of times. Well, I can drink a little more coffee while I'm at it. And I can bop along to the music, when it's being boppy at least. And I turned up my volume on the microphone so I shouldn't have to shout today. And that'll be nice. Megs, not larger than 20.4. We're looking for taking just only the most incompressible out of these. I've explained the whole process many times, and it probably never actually registers with anybody. I don't care. I feel like there's something to be gained here. By the way the chords work here that you're hearing, there's chords being played, but then also the arpeggio is another chord generator. In fact, I bet I know what's going on. It's almost certainly 2 modules rather than just one. They're playing the same chord, or they're trying to, but one of them has different portamento speed than the other. I'm thinking that's what I'm doing there. Because the whole thing is meant to emulate Tommy Mars's Electrocomp keyboard sound. It would be lovely to someday have an Electrocomp, but I'll probably never be in a position to have that again. There was a time when that might have been possible for me, but I don't think it'll ever be possible for me again. We're doing very pre-jazz in the music now. 20, not larger than 20.45. We've got 5 37s. With some things, I'm in a position to record samples. Pianos, that would not be one of them. I don't have access to a good piano and a place for it to be in. I don't have a good place for drums to be in, but I do have drums. That I can sample. I do have hopes of doing more with drums. Like, I get to actually practice on a practice pad more than I ever used to. So there's that. That's a nice thing. It means that when I do sit down to drums again, which it's been like some years, I should be at least a little bit sharper and more on the ball. 20, not larger than 20.4. Hopefully one of these shows up. Sometimes my guitar playing stops on these because I was playing with the knobs. There's just me there. It's me and the modular synthesizer and what the modular synthesizer is doing. And it is capable of throwing a bunch of weird things in. And I try to make it do as much as it can. But there still kind of needs to be me manipulating it. There's a particular module that I needed for this stuff, which I didn't really have. So one of the WMD modules, that's a handy little way of both scaling the amount of a voltage that you've got going in and also DC offsetting it. And that would be the handy thing for some of this stuff. Did not have it at the time, I don't believe. 19.8, not larger than 20.4. We are really heading in that direction, aren't we? We're going to end up with like nothing. But if that's the way that goes, then that's the way that goes. We are trying to find the most exceptional in this particular way. I tend to try to use the guitar to follow where I feel like it's going in really strange places. That's not always true. .37C. See, more or less what's happened with the music at the moment is that the chord progressions have gone beyond the reasonable. So it's trying to throw a bunch of giant step stuff at me. And while that's interesting, it's beyond my ability to follow on the guitar. 19.8. Another swing and a miss. definitely challenging when there's a machine that's making up bizarre chord sequence rotations, and it's your job to play something that would go along with it, but you've programmed it to go insane. It means you end up sounding like a bit of a fool when you play along. Ooh, that's a cool noise. See, a lot of this stuff you could do in VCV Rack if you had a computer that would handle it. (37B). 20.2 is not larger than 20.4, but it's closer than we've been for a while, so that's a good sign. I would like the occasional one of these to actually make it through. I don't really want them all to be rejected at this stage, even though I know that they're probably all bad. Like, here's 35 options that are all bad. But it's about trying to get ones that perform on the incompressibility metric. I wouldn't call it a matrix. I would call it a metric. Because I feel like in a reverb algorithm, being able to synthesize randomness that is incompressible is probably a good sign. So what I'm doing to make that effect happen is the chord portamento is turned way up. So it's trying to go from chord to chord, but each of the individual notes are trying to go to chord individually, and they have incredibly slow portamento. So it just makes this wash of 20 is not larger than 20.4. This gets almost into that zone of like Pink Floyd echoes, honestly. The middle section, which is a slide on electric bass with a lot of echo. This is not slide on electric bass, but it's doing a similar thing as far as like a weird chord that's dissonant and wrong. (36D). Will it be larger than 20.35? I'll actually accept 20.3. We're getting so few of these through. But this ain't. This is 19.7. Not enough. Goodbye, Mr. Bond. (36C). You know, the funny thing, when I was recording these, it was kind of stressful and sad. I wanted to have this giant audience on YouTube watching me do it. I had flashing lights and all kinds of stuff, and it just didn't happen. I'd be doing this and it would all be really weird and everybody would just leave. And that would make me sad. But I'm glad that I've got the recordings of it. Ooh, fair. That makes sense. I could see that being a thing. Now, what would really be exciting is if it snuck its way into like Surge XT or something, but I don't think that's going to happen. They seem to not add any new... No matter what I do, they don't add anything new. That is frustrating, but what are you going to do? Maybe it'll change. There might occasionally be something. One interesting thing on the subject of reverbs. This is almost certainly original MIDI verb. I've done things like original MIDI verb into original MIDI verb. I've stacked them. That could be nuts. As much as I have taken time to record Bricasti samples and stuff, I wouldn't mind fooling around with like trying to dial in some of the original MIDI verb sounds. Those are pretty cool. There's probably a way. I mean, technically you can even get the algorithms used, but the algorithm alone isn't going to get you it. And I might be closer to being able to get those sounds than most. 19.8, not larger than 20.3. So we're going to go to 34 apparently before we get anything. On the bright side, at least we're down to 36B. Honestly, with some of this stuff, I might have done just as well not to play the guitar at all. Keep it a little bit minimalist, and what the chords are doing is already interesting enough. But I was trying to manufacture a jam session for myself. One that was able to surprise me. And I did do that, I just made it too hard. .6, not larger than 20.3. Or equal to. Wait, what have I just done? I just did a dumb thing. How about we not do that? This is the one I was trying to delete. Gotta hold it together. This might be exhausting. This might be like beating me up pretty bad, but I gotta hold it together. I'm happy that I thought to listen to my dumb music. That's at least making it a little more interesting for me and for you. And it's strangely suitable to this kind of concentration. This one's lacking in bass a little bit. You can tell by the Alien Kitten section. 20 megs is certainly not larger than 20.3. Again, I'll accept 20.3, but I'm not accepting any of these other ones. If this ends up too tough, it is possible I will have to end the stream early and like go lie down. My hope is that I'm able to do these big chunks of this work. But, you know, one person can only do so much. I might not be able to keep it up. We'll see. Megs. Nope. So one of the things that I'm doing with this type of music is having multiple clocks sort of going at the same time and either synchronizing or not synchronizing. I'm particularly fond of clocking something off of a subdivision of another clock. Zappa always liked to do that in composition. So I like having the modules where I can do that with the clock signal. You know, like feed something X number of clicks and then you subdivide it and so you've got a 7 inside that. And the question is, how fast do you feed it the clicks? So we have a real polymeter going on because I told it to do that to some of the clicks. And then I usually have percussion and also a lead going over my separate thing. Nope. Nope. I got 4 34s. Here's the final chance at a 35. I do have to consider the possibility that no matter how I compensate for it, all of these that I generated might be rejected. Hours and hours of computer time, all rendered completely useless. Thing is, if I have isolated ones that peek through, that suggests there's something about them that's good. And I'd like to dig further into that. So this is the only way to get there. No. $34D. So one of the challenges of this in a simple 4x4 matrix, and I spent hours the other day just trying to get this system to work because I had a tiny typo in the code for the reverb algorithm. With these very small delay times, I'm just making it harder for myself. But that's kind of the point. I'm trying to see whether anything I can do can make any of these little tiny reverb things work. Because they're very closet-like. These are very small. $34D. scooch off this way a little bit. 19.8 needs to get to 20.2. Nope. Yeah, and all this music making, I so badly wanted to make a form of music that was the synthetic stuff, but also with a live guitar on top of it. And that's actually a hard combination to make work. Bits of it I'm making work from time to time. But in general, it's a hard combination to make work. That's one reason why I am so interested in the Bastelcastles and stuff like that, because it's producing this intensely techno-ized stuff with a lot of color and character to it, but in such a way where it has this very human feel because the circuits are so sketchy. Like Bastelcastles are very chintzy circuits. They're very sputtery and weird. They're very sort of human feeling. But it doesn't involve being able to execute on like a guitar or a violin or something. Instead, it becomes its own thing. 19.7, not larger than 20.2. Goodbye, Mr. 34C. Bits of this section I'm actually being able to follow the chord, and then other chords I'm not able to follow at all. Save as 34B. Oh, it's not going to make it. 19.8, not larger than 20.2. Have all these damn options and none of them are anywhere near what I need them to be. Maybe they'll converge, or maybe I'll luck out and get one. So far it's looking a bit like a dead loss. So far it's looking like I have hundreds of these, all of which are going to fail. That kind of bites. When I say fail, what I mean is like this. We can do this, but we run into some problems. I think it's still possible for these to let one peek through, but we're having real problems getting there. And it's going to be another one. Swing and a miss. The problem is that some of these might simply be too small of a room to function. And I really want to find out whether that's true, or whether there can be one at this small. I've got like 33 all the way down to like 13. And there's hundreds of them. And I got to go through them one by one, trying them out and seeing whether anything actually does better. That's the job. But I gotta do it like this. I start losing the ability to copy and paste properly. I do have to be able to go through this little procedure over and over and over and over and over and over again. But I'm doing it for you. The idea is to be able to produce the headphone interaction thing. And you never can tell. Like, who is to say that maybe one of these will actually do the job? It seems not completely impossible, as the odds are wildly against it at these sizes. These sizes are not my friend as far as making this stuff work. Nope. They're all about 700K too small. I'm trying to work out whether they're consistent in this way. Are we getting any variation at all, or are they just converging on a nothing happens? Because I got 30 options going down to fairly small. I do have 30 options by now. I'm just trying to see if there's any of these little tiny ones that still make it. And I'm exhausted. And it's only noon. But we got 5 more hours. To make noises like this. So something like that, much darker. The idea is to make something like that, but much darker, work as a control room sound, specifically for headphones purposes. .4, we're going the wrong direction here. So if I was an artificial intelligence, I would learn that this was fruitless and stop doing it. Since I'm natural stupidity, I'm not doing anything of the sort. But what I will do is nudge it. I nudge it. Slightly more sustain will get me slightly more in the way of information, because it's been for freaking ever since I got one. B. It shouldn't make that much of a difference, but I should nudge it in the direction where they need to go. The thing that's worrying me here is I don't see a lot of variation anymore. And I'm kind of needing it to throw a bunch of variation. So 20.1, okay. 20.1 is not larger than 20.2, but we're in the right direction. Interestingly, some of this music is also heavily colored by the fact that I use subwoofers to monitor, and so my mix leaves a lot to be desired half the time. Because I do have to mix it on the fly as well as perform all the parts. And that's what makes this kind of thing tricky. Let's see how we're doing. $33. Clearly a little adjustment in the guitar mix. Some harmonics and things. 19.9, not larger than 20.2, but we're closer. So I don't want to just switch it over to like, okay, everything now counts. We're going to include everything. It's still meant to reject almost everything. Operative word being almost. When we're rejecting literally everything, it's just a waste of time. I might as well select all of them and delete everything. The algorithm that I wrote for the original generation of these does an on-the-fly compensation, which is essentially what I'm doing as a human being. When it goes for long enough, what I end up doing is like, okay, so 591, then 592, 593, and then when I hit one, it drops back, like to 5.9. And that's how it did it for the original generation of these. I don't have anything quite that convenient for here. $32E. Music up 19.8, not larger than 20.1, but I am at least in the 20.1 zone, so that might make it a little easier. Because I'll accept a 20.1. Trying to decide whether I want to play more chill music than this. Okay, now you're starting to just troll me. Music. Ooh, look at that. 20.1 MB, 20.15, we have one that is being retained, even though it's at the 32 level. So at this point, so this is the noise that ended up making it through our process. That's awful, but we'll see what it means. And I'm going to come up with something else. Oh, I know. "45 parsecs from home." Here's our sweep. Might work. Might work. I mean, the idea is it needs to be filtered like mad. Gotta filter the heck out of it in order to make that work. But that might just work. I feel in particular like the chiminess of the cymbals. It sounds intensely fake and wrong, but at the same time it has this sort of Zildjian quality about it, where I could almost believe that might work. Neat, okay. We actually added one to our list. That's amazing. It's been like hours since we got there. That suggests that we're on the right track. Speaking of being on the right track, let's play different music, something that I can deal with a little better. I don't know why I have this really weird guitar tone, but I bet I know how I'm doing it. That is going to be Devi Ever Helios with the internal voltage turned way down until it's kind of frizzing out. In an attempt to get a sort of Neil Young-y broken old amp sound, which it medium succeeds at doing, and I probably adjust it more later. Yay, we got one. We got a 30-sized one. This is more along the lines of me with the pedal board being able to stomp on different things. I lose a little in tone doing that. And in playing wrong notes. Oh no, what am I saying?
This is really something. What just went before is not going to go up on my sound.
This is me talking about how I've just done a jam with Colin Benders, that's what. This was when I had done that, which I have it like literally right on front. So apparently I'm continuing the live stream and just talking and explaining what just happened. So that's something. .9 not. 32B. I guess we'll see where this music takes us. Hopefully it'll be a little more relaxing and less brain-wrecking than the previous. Hard to say. Ooh, I know what that effect is. That would be my TC Electronics flashback. It has a setting for backwards delay. So it does a reverse effect. And I'm quite fond. It's a nice little reverse effect. I'm not quite sure how it's done. I do know that it's able to make big buffers and play them backwards, so there's that. I'm just not quite sure what else it does or how it does it. B. Rhodes appears. Now you talk about doing a piano, for instance, in Surge XT, but I'd be much more interested in doing a Rhodes because I've got one and I can pay attention to it. It's just that it's not going to, the DX7 Rhodes is not going to get me there. Makes you wonder what kind of thing you could do to get there. Maybe carpless strong would be the way of doing it. Ooh, 20.2 is larger than 20.1. We got another one. Nice. This is going somewhere. I'm so chuffed I'm not even going to listen to it. We get to listen to it later. You can do this kind of one-person jam thing in multiple different ways, and one of them is to have a bunch of instruments around and just be jumping around, playing on a fretboard, playing on a keyboard, playing all of the different things. The other one is to design systems that play it for you. I've always done quite a bit of both, and it's always kind of interesting to hear what stuck out for me at any given time. I'd be playing things with my hands a lot more if it wasn't for the fact that I had those systems designed to make chords around the circle of fifths and do like regular offsets. Regular key changes of known amounts, because you can't just pick a note and key change it. You gotta pick keys that are relative to the ones you're in. $19.7, not larger than 20.1. Hey, 2 in a matter of about 10 minutes. That's cool. Oh dear, I'm so tired. Doesn't seem like this would be that hard to do, but do it for too many hours in a row and your brain starts leaking out your ears. But there's nothing else to be done. I lie, there's lots of else to be done. Unfortunately, some of the else to be done is things like doing the headphone modeling plugin based on this. So I kind of have to get this done to start that. and it's kind of important. And so here we are. We're going to make this happen. I'm delighted to see that I've got a couple of 32 room. We need to have these smaller ones in here. One interesting thing about the music that's going on in the background while I pursue this, 19.9, also not quite there. That synthesizer is a guitar, and it's a nice trick. You could also do that and hook it into the computer and be doing it on your laptop. If you can do that, you can control it using a guitar, but you don't even need an amp, because you're sending MIDI from the guitar. Which is not to say that I have a Surge XT patch that sounds as good as the Roland Alpha Juno that is. I kind of don't. But I do know how it was done. So that's not to say it's impossible to ever get anything that works as well as that. I do essentially know how that one was done. Part of it is the velocity sensitivity, which it does have, is applying itself to the filter cutoff, but then the filter cutoff is not falling away. It's a fixed filter cutoff. .7, nope. 31, not showing up for me. We'll see whether it does. Not entirely sure what that synth is. It sounds a little bit like the Goofy and Sonique one I've got, but it's probably not. It's going to be modular stuff, I bet. I've done all manner of things with the modular stuff. It's all about those chord organ modules. And it maddens me that you can't make those anymore. It seems a shame. I wrote dedicated. Oh, what the? Good Lord, what the heck is that? Is this in fact even correct? How about we start that over? What have we even got here? I feel like something went terribly wrong, but I'm not quite sure what. Let's try that again. Did we apply it twice, maybe? Didn't touch anything. I must have applied it twice like a fool. Well, then let's not do that. I told you to do this, enough of this, like going around these little 4 windows here, and your brain starts leaking out your ears. It's a good thing I don't have anything important to do today. I'm just doing my live streaming and I'm getting through this somehow. 19.7. That's not going to make it. .31E. Yeah, I must have applied it twice. There's that synthesizer guitar again. Honestly, I have ended up being such a fan, it's like that's the sound, a whole synthesizer that I use just for that one noise. And how rare is that, really? That's not so uncommon. One of the ways it does its thing, the velocity sensitivity is setting a fixed filter sweep, where a high velocity, you start out at a high filter sweep and you keep it. But then there's also a pedal, and the pedal lets you move that on the fly. So it's two separate modulations of filter sweep. Am I now setting, I'm going to do it again, aren't I? Why am I doing that? Let's not. That's already done. It might not succeed, but it's done. It has me questioning whether I really need to go and make myself even more coffee, but I feel like that might be bad. 19.8, not larger than 20.1. Back to a regular guitar sound on the music. Nice little transition. Remembering that the modular is throwing different chords at me constantly, like it's making up new stuff that I then have to deal with. And I can more or less set the difficulty level by how far around the circle of fifths the chord changes are willing to go. Because if it stays strictly modal, I can generally find it and figure out where it goes. But if it departs from modal, that means I have to be departing from modal along the same chord pattern, and that can be unreasonably hard. But it makes it sound cool, so there's that. What, in playing it? Yeah, well, it's getting smaller and smaller. It's becoming a tiny little room. So it's almost a closet now. The thing is that I also get to undersample it, so that closet can become smaller. I mean, wrong, backwards. That closet can become larger if I undersample it. And that will be a way to get away from the brightness effect, so it's another possibility. So I do need to try some of these smaller ones. Is it larger than 20.1? No, it's not. I can tell the hi-hat that I'm using in this is the Mini Shimmery. It's the Mini Shimmery from Blue Lantern. And I know that because I'm altering the pitch of it on the fly. One of the alterations to it. I like that I got some plugin ideas during the day today. That I can do lettered versions of tape. That feels right. It feels like the correct way to do that. 31C. That one has a weirdly bumpy sweep. I'm not sure what that's going to mean. Although it could very well just mean, yeah, we're not keeping this one. Mostly we don't. In this case, we also don't. It's way too compressible. We only want the ones that register as incompressible, where the randomness of the reverb tail in the high frequencies is great enough that FLAC has a hard time coping with it. That's all we're measuring for now. Which technically means we can overlook even greater flaws, but then we'll have enough of these to choose from that we can discard ones without obvious flaws of other kinds. That's a nice, cozy, tight one. 31B. .7. Now when I'm going to scooch over here and play on my practice pad a little bit, the motion might liven me up. That'll have to do. So 31, did I just do 31B? I did, and I believe I discarded it. How about just plain 31? How's that one work out? Getting into some more synthesizer guitar tones. It's a clarinet kind of thing. Pulse wave sound. Hmm. 19.6. Ooh, miles away. Nope. We got 2 in close proximity, and then we ain't getting nothing else for a while. I'm going to take a moment and rinse out my coffee cup. I don't think it's a good idea for me to go and make more. Hey. Okay. 30F. 30FU, technically. Which is just how I feel about most of these, because they're not getting me what I want. Let's go around the ring around the rosy of Windows again. I'm not following you. I had to stop hitting the practice pad because it was making noises that were too loud. And the music that's playing over the speakers was done in 2020, so I can't really go back and change it. 30F. $19.6. Nope. Still, we got a couple in 32, so that's nice. I'm honestly quite pleased with that part. If I really step on it, I'm a little close to halfway through the day. Maybe I can even do all of this today. It's a heck of a thing. It is a heck of a thing to try to do all of this today. But what if? Could it be that doing all of this today was an impossible thing? I just have to keep my focus enough to be able to continue doing this. If I start losing my focus, it stops working. And then I can't go around these 4 windows anymore. Usually when I kick on the distortion it's because I want to overplay. Half of that stuff can be deleted. I do like the sound of it though. In fact, this kind of stuff you could measure on meter and it would show up. 30D. Got some kind of interesting tone going on the guitar there. It's buried in reverb, but you can hear that it's gating out a little bit. So I'm not quite sure what's doing that. There's a couple of possibilities. Typed it wrong. Trying to think. The thing that jumps to mind is the grain ringer. We'll get there. That's the goal. That is the grand process of trying to get through all of this while playing all manner of goofy music in the background. It's like, can we get through? Can we get through to 12? And that probably is what that is, because the gating out quality is something that can happen with the Green Ringer style sound. The way Zappa used it, if you use the neck pickup and play more smoothly, then you can get a more clean octave up. But then if you use a bridge pickup or let there be more harmonics in there, it'll tend to mask the octave up quite a bit. But it's a great, that octave sound, that's a classic Zappa solo sound that I enjoy. Have I just saved that? Looks like I just saved that. What am I even doing? It says that's its name, 19.7, so we don't keep this one. Although now we're up to where if we hit a 20.0 we can keep it. Come on, 20.0. Oh, for heaven's sake, I keep screwing it up. I have to quit out of there. Reaching over to the Rhodes keyboard for just a moment there. Oh yeah. No, today is all about me repeating these little numbers, and oh god, look at that. That's loud. That's sonorous. Very loud. Very, very loud. Certain reverbs work well with this. This one probably not. 30C. But that is very different. That's going to be a no. That's not me actually playing the drums, that's more of the modules again. It's a module that just plays a drum sample. Happy to have a drum sample that sounds fairly natural in there. 30C, 9.8, not quite 20.0. That stands to reason that was a little too loud anyhow. Nothing that can honk that loudly in the mid-range is going to work very well for the goal we have here. I already know to mistrust that. I already know that that's not going to work very well for this context. That might be more behaved. The 30B. Hearing the delay on there reminds me that one of David Gilmour's tricks with his sound is getting as much as possible in the actual amp itself, which is not necessarily all about making the sound so much as it is taking away the control from the producer so that the producer has to use the sound that you want. Like if you want X amount of reverb on there or X amount of delay on there, he just puts it in there and then you can't take it away. But it also gives a distinct sound coming through the amp, because then your reverb is coming through the amp. I'm digging on my little background jam in there. Got a lot of time for that kind of noise. So at what point do we start to get other ones that poke through? Because we've had these occasional little ones peeking through this entire time. And I'm just very interested to see how far we can take it. We're already into the 20s. Just barely. 19.6, not larger than 20.0. B. I promise we're not going to do this on Thursday, but partly because I might be able to get it all done today, and that'll be cool. Notice the wild chord things that the synthesizer is throwing at me? It's just going ham there. The chords this is going to are throwing some real interesting variations in, which I'm not honestly following. Why am I applying this twice? Got this nasty tendency to keep doing the same step over and over again. Let's not. Almost exactly halfway through the day. Great. 19.2, very much not larger than 20. We're not keeping this one. But we're going to get to 19.9 soon. I'm always a bit of a fan of my background organ there. That's a very specific combination of things. That organ is a chord organ. It's one of those models that I'm running at like 300K, so it is heavily upsampled. And it's going into a really weird and complicated Blue Lantern filter that can do all kinds of craziness with like self-modulating, it's FMing, it's cutoff and stuff, and that's what I do. That's why it has that grind, is it's self-patched. It has so many weird little outputs and inputs and things. You gotta love it. So that one's done. So 29. Let's see whether this gets us the things that we want. $19.4, no, absolutely not. Nope, 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 nope. interestingly, I don't seem to have a 28. I must have gone through it already. And now we're in a completely different tonal center because that modular is just throwing the chord patterns like mad. It is just off the hook. The unfortunate thing is it can't listen to me. It would be really cool if I could come up with a way of doing that. I don't know what that would take. But it kind of needs to. It kind of needs to be able to listen to what notes I'm playing and then jump to some kind of weird key that'll cover those notes. But I don't have that currently. Instead, it goes wandering off without me. .8. Okay. It's so close. It's so close. It needs to be larger than 19.9, but it's 19.8. Ooh, well, good sign. We're going to have lots of these to play with. The changes in those chords are strictly the modular doing it. I am not playing those, nor have I planned them, nor do I expect them. So it just gets tough to jam with that. Because it's capable of doing big key signature jumps. Oh God. Man, I need to lie down for a bit. I'm not sure if that makes sense. .7, not larger than 19.9. However, we are in the zone. We might get some results out of this as the sizes continue to get smaller. So when playing along to something like this, I've got a couple of guides. What on earth have I just done? I've just done something very silly. There we go. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing anymore. This needs to go there. I need to double click it, not drag it to components like it was a plugin. 27D. Yeah, I'm falling apart in big chunks here. I've been like halfway through the day. Halfway through. Got all the rest of this to do. .27D. That said, we've got 34 options here, and we're burning through most of the really tiny ones, that almost all of which are going to be bad. Let's see, this is larger than 19.9, and it is a 20, so this actually makes it. Neat. And that sounds like a little tiny room. This is probably going to be one of our stronger ones, so all right. Cool. Looking better. The fact that we're still able to get those at a size this small is very encouraging. This is a good one. Or at least so it appears to me. Nice. Nice. Got one. Let's see how many we get. Because that's good. That was good. Copy. Paste. Build. This I drag to components. This I double click. Which I've been doing for literally the last 4 hours, so I'm not sure why I lose track of it now, but go figure. Exhaustion sets in, but it doesn't matter as long as I can follow these instructions. I am the human part of a machine. Save. 27C. Yeah, see that one that we just got? That could be a very big deal. Make it worth it. Make the whole thing worth it. If I can get some of those and they really work, those sizes are the sizes that will work best as a studio room. As long as they behave properly on all frequencies. $19.4, not larger than 19.9. Goodbye. 27B. Also, if I get through all of these, I might call it a day. I think it'll be pretty understandable. If not, I'm cutting off at 5, but if I'm able to get through all of these, I really think I might well call it a day. Ooh, look at you. That's very well controlled. 7B. Got this sort of Choir of Angels song going on in the background. I'm not exactly sure what's causing that. That's going to be my chord organ modules, I think. $19.6, not larger than 19.9. Gotta keep an eye on that 27D, make sure that I don't, like, break it or delete it somehow. Because that was one of the ones that came out real good. The idea of making even more coffee and just going full-tilt bozo is tempting, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I mean, I'm already going full-tilt bozo, so what would change? What even would change? $19.5, not larger than 19.9. Be sure to delete the correct ones and over to 26. 26G. Look at how many 26s I've got. I've got A through G, or unlabeled to G. Let's see if any of these produce good results, because at this stage it seems possible. It seems possible that we could luck out and start getting these little tiny rooms that actually sound good. Reminds me a little bit of pentagrammatical. I have a track pentagrammatical which does this kind of thing, except for that all of the little fast fills and things are in 5. Also, sometimes I can really hear when it's all going through the Heritage Audio mixer with totally no EQ in anything. Because there's this particular quality of the drums in there that just screams, "Hi, there's no mixing going on here, it's just a line mixer." 19.3, oh yikes no. Although I can get to 19.8 now, so that's neat. 19.8 isn't available. Come on. Go. Thank you. Computer gets stuck from time to time. Let's see how this thing works out. $19.6, but it needs to make it to 19.8. Okay. Gotta love that mini verb, giant verb. Again, this is almost certainly MIDI verb into a Crate SRS box. That's almost certainly what that is. A fellow asked the other day, "What's up with Seriously 2 being so distorted?" And I was like, Seriously 3 is coming, and Seriously 3 is coming. Paste. Build. Whirling around these 4 windows at ever-increasing speeds. Fair. What am I doing? I'm playing that. And then immediately saving as 26E. $19.5, not larger than 19.8. This is still all part of the process. We generated all of these, and the computer did its best to get us into the zone. Now we build them into actual reverbs and measure them. And that tells us how we're doing bit by bit. Oh dear. Well, I gotta hang in there for another, what is it, 4 hours? Yeah. 3 hours and 45 minutes, technically. 26D. This is weirdly like strange internet occurrences, like H-Bomber guy playing Donkey Kong for charity. Except for this isn't for charity, this is just for me getting through this process. But it feels completely like that. Like, I'm exhausted, I'm yawning, I'm struggling through. But the 19.4, not 19.8. But for a worthy goal that just doesn't happen to be playing a video game. I'm sure the monotonous quality of it is about the same as watching Donkey Kong Country for days on it. Some of that video game stuff has got to be kind of like this, where it's like, how are we still watching? Well, you're actually watching the person collapsing as they try to do the marathon thing. This is another marathon thing. Ooh, that looks promising. I like the look of that. Let's see whether this has the special mojo. 26C. One thing about what this music is currently doing is this is not mixed well. Hopefully I'll be able to fix that kind of thing in future. I mean, it's like 4 years ago at this point that I had this. 19.5, not larger than 19.8. Fair. Keep going. This might have been the jam where David Pixley was like, I like your bass drum. I remember there was one like that. Pixley was like, I like the bass drum, this one. Hope he's doing alright. We all end up going on our various paths and trying to do all these various things, and it's so easy to lose touch with everybody because you just can't stay in connection with people, so you always end up sort of having to wish people well and see how they do. And my part of that is myself, and part of what makes me keep going is being able to get through tasks like this so that I have the end results. Like if I gave up and stopped, I would not have the results. And I might kind of need those results for some of this. 19.2, oh god, it's really worse. That's no good. We're not going to keep that. So close to dragging that to the components folder too. I've already done that once. You'd think this simple repetitive task would not be that much of a problem, and yet. And probably what that means is I just need to go and breathe or lie down for a moment. Not unreasonable. You'd think I'd be able to do this for like 4 or 5 hours at a stretch without pause. $19.5, not larger than 19.8. I'm digging that I have any of these being actually good. That's the kind of the whole idea. Most of them are supposed to be bad. There's going to be the occasional one that's like golden and completely awesome. and I want to accumulate as many of those as I can. Copy. Paste, build. Yeah, see, this is the kind of thing where I love the fact that this organ player doesn't exist. The guy who's thinking of those funny chords that it goes to, that's just randomness. That's just the system that I have built. It sounds like there's some guy who's kind of going out, but it's not true. That's not a person. That's the modular synthesizer and the way that I've programmed it. And because I programmed it that way, if you only had that, you'd be like, well, that's interesting. He's really going out there, and yet it sounds good. And what an interesting chord, what an interesting place to go. Especially if you don't have to play along with it and get it right. And yet it's not a person, it's a system. Mind you, if I had enough sense to record it and then overdub things onto it, I'd be able to learn where the chords go to and then follow them. That would probably be better. Haven't done that yet. 19.6, not larger than 19.8. We can but try. But we're going to get to 19.7 soon. Funnily enough, I think of 45 parsecs from home as being a space jam, not a chord jam. I'm sure I've got a space jam in somewhere, but this wasn't it. U. And funnily enough, I'm a little more able to play on the black keys of the keyboard when I'm confronted with stuff like this. Obviously not completely. But every now and then I'll be like, and it goes to that black key. That is helped somewhat by the fact that the black keys do follow a pattern that's fairly predictable. And if I know that the modular is favoring certain black keys, it's going to probably want to continue to keep them. And there are other ones that it's going to be very unlikely to go to. So that helps. Bit of a jam. 19.5, not larger than 19.8. Over to 24E. Which brings me to trying to see whether things are larger than 19.7. We might be in with a chance. See how we're doing. That probably is not going to make it. Peaks are too large. Big old thundery, spacey stuff going on. And for E, 19.1, not even close to 19.7. Onwards. We're getting close to the teens here, and we only go down to like 12. Nice. Weird spacey effect going on in the music back there. It's a colorful one. You know, it's not such a crazy idea to put this stuff out on Bandcamp. I could let people have this. Some of it has stuff going on. Be quite fun if this found its audience and people were like, oh my god, dude, let's have more of that. I'm not sure what they'd be doing with themselves while listening to it, but it would probably be something colorful, you know, and I can relate in my way. I don't get to carry on like that anymore, but I didn't have to carry on like that while making the music. But if people want to carry on like that while listening to it, who am I to say anything? $19.4, not larger than 19.7. Time I did this kind of thing again. Really should. I do, however, need to do things like make 2 tapes 7 and this monitoring thing. And of course, Console X. And when I've done those things, then we can do whatever goofy kinds of things we want. Let's hit Nuke and Pave. How about? This one's called Nuke and Pave. It's a slightly more aggressive synthetic jam. It's not as much about soloings and things. What have we got? That's probably not good. 24C. Never can tell, but I bet this is not good. Nope. Needs to be 19.7, and it is not. These often take a while to get off the landing pad because it's just me there putting everything in motion. As much as they are able to think of new things, usually I'm starting from just about scratch, just about nothing. So it always takes a little bit for stuff to start getting zeroed in. Mini shimmery hi-hat with a pitch thing happening to it. At some point we're going to start having a kick drum come in, and then we're off to the races. That's me playing. Just doing goofiness. There's the kick. It doesn't come in very well on it, and it just went out again. Clearly not really getting rolling. Figuring out how to make that work. How do we introduce this beat? Especially when it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the riff. $19.2, that's far from what I need. Nope. Nope. How about 24? That very aggressive kick drum sound is another Blue Lantern kick. In particular, it's not even a kick. The thing that noise is coming from is a Blue Lantern Asteroid mini synthesizer. And it makes really nice electro kicks. Just hard as a rock, that thing. So we haven't done anything to this yet, have we? No, we haven't. $24U. Hi there, Nerd Warrior 0956. A fair question. Maybe go all over the channel and find. $19.3, that's not even close to 19.7. Let's go down to 23. We're going to get into the teens. It'll take a while, although we've only got 3 23s. We have a instrument, and we have a heck of a lot of reverb. And what have we here? 23C. You can hear immediately that is that same Alpha Juno guitar synth. It's just sitting with 1,000,000 miles of reverb. C. 19.1. Oh, we're going the opposite direction. That's no good. Delete. Go away. None of that. Let's try this one. Here's hoping we get even one more, because we could be out to lunch here. We could be nothing left. Oh. Tripping over my mouse cable. That said, the tempo of this track might keep me going for the end of the day. Or at least the next hour. We'll see how fast we can get done in an hour. Remember, I said if I can get all of these done, I get to stop. And then I'll have my tacos later. Now, my next move here is do this, and then save it. Oh, interesting. This one might work. Let's see what we got. Save. 23B. Technically, Nerd Warrior, reverb is like cajillions of echoes all laid on top of each other. A single echo is not very much, but 10,000 or 10 million echoes is a whole other story. .4, not larger than 19.7, but we are kind of in the zone, so that's somewhat encouraging without being very encouraging. We're going to get up to 19.6 pretty soon. Here's the final 19.7. It's nice having the SSD hard drive on this antique computer because it helps it respond just a little bit faster. Otherwise, I'd really be sitting around a lot more. Ooh. Okay, that also looks fairly promising. No excessive sustain going on there. 23. Hi, Zoxbox. See, you're joining the party. Sounds like a 303, but it's a Zoxbox. And I'm very fond of them. 19.4, not larger than 19.7. So we're still looking. Honestly, I don't need the solo on top of that, but there's live performance, so what do you want? We can but try. And one of the things that's happening here is the Zoxbox is also driving other synthesizers. And the Zoxbox is being driven. It's actually not driving this stuff. It's being driven by a Arturia keystep. And the keystep is doing a thing that it's not very good at doing, but I made it work for this particular jam. Namely, we've got the Arturia keystep doing a loop that you can then overdub onto. So I got a bunch of stuff kind of happening that's getting put into the keystep on the fly, or deleted out of the keystep on the fly. And when you do that, they don't really respond very well to it. It's bulky and it doesn't want to accept all the notes, and it has problems and sometimes crashes. But that's what we're doing on this one. It's not the Zoxbox doing its own thing. It's the Zoxbox following a Arturia keystep, and the keystep is driving a bunch of different synths. Let's see what we get out of this one. Looks like it could be almost promising. .2, but it's not. It's not promising at all. When they don't have enough depth to the reverb, what can happen is they're just excessively dry. They don't really have enough information in them. That happens fairly easily. This particular jam, Nuke and Pave, has a lot of aggressive noise in it. Also, I might need to take a quick break, but I could do that while leaving this playing. Anyways. Oh yeah, I have to hit apply button. That always helps. 21B this is. So I'm gonna get to the teens and then I'm gonna run off and hit the restroom and be right back. So quit. 19.2, not larger than 19.6. 27 is a real outlier. Three more. We do hear this sort of distant, weird ringing, which is the reverbs. Probably not just one reverb, probably two, feeding into each other. Which is a nice trick when you can do it. I don't even remember what the heck this was. Wait, no, I think I do. So what's causing some of these noises is two Zox boxes being driven by the Arturia key stub and two make noise O coasts that are cross-modulating each other, also hooked up to the same thing that's driving the Zox boxes. Save. Wonder whether this one will work out well. Seems possible. And yet, no. 1920, 19.2, it has to hit 19.6. We're getting there. We're getting there. We've been through most of these. That's very exciting. I could be turning in early this afternoon. I can go and lie down for a bit. That would be exciting. In that way that's not exciting, but that I desperately need. Perfect music for the mad charge of this. 20B. See now. What are we doing? This. Oh, look at that. B. Fair, thank you. It's doing some wild stereo panning stuff that you can't hear over the microphone. We've already saved, so I don't need to save again. 18.9, definitely not larger than 19.5. One more, and then I scoot away for a brief pit stop. I usually like calling it pit stop. This isn't actually me modulating that right now. Unfortunately, that was recorded in 2020. It's 15 minutes in and it's managed to get rolling though, so that's cool. Oh, that's a small one. And that is 19 megs, but it needs to be 19.5. And with that, we are on to the teens and the home stretch of this. So what we're going to do is I got to go and use the restroom because of all of that coffee, but I will be right back. Here's my analog pause. I'm back already. That was just a pit stop rather than a make coffee and everything stop. Let's do the final stretch. I don't know whether any of the remaining ones, we've got 19 down to, oh, we've almost got nothing. Look at that. 19 down to 13. It's possible that none of these will actually register. Oh, and you can't see them, so I'll show them. It's possible none of these will register, but we've got like 33 options going from very large to really quite very small that we can now measure and categorize. And like I said, once I get through these, and maybe there will be one that sticks and maybe there won't. But then I'll be done with streaming for the day, and I can think of some stuff that I could do. Honestly, there's an errand that I could run. So let's head bang into this and let us finish this task. Not only that, now that we're down to 19, I'm going to nudge it once more, and I'll show you what I mean. When I do this stuff, here we are making a new one. 19 on down. What I normally do is I load this up and I load up a effect In this case, it's verb 4s. Verb tests is a complicated one that I can show you. And I've learned not to touch any of these controls because this is the pattern for all of my stuff. This is how I compare everything with everything else. So we're going to close that. But this one is not the same. This one hardly has anything in it. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to make it go from 591 to 592. Boop. That's all. That is increasing the sustain on it very slightly, which is going to complicate the reverb tail and cause it to take up more space to encode. So we are nudging it just a little bit for 19 on down, and we're doing the final stretch. Once we finish doing the final stretch, I will log off, probably go and run an errand. I can think of an errand to run, and I'll see you on Thursday, where we'll do something more interesting than this. This is a crazy marathon of weirdness. 19C, for the purpose of making this much smaller list. It's all about getting here. .1 is not larger than 19.5. Oh, and we've got 62 items that we have been through since we last emptied the trash. And this will become 63 because this one didn't measure up. But we have a short but valiant list of remaining ones that might make it, or might not, because it's fairly likely that reverbs this small are not going to make it. They are just not, the size and density of them is too small to actually work, but luck might cover this. After all, we got 27D, and that was not expected to be nearly as good as it is. And again, it keeps the settings it last had. And we see what 19B had to offer. .4. Is that close enough to 19.5? When we get to do 19.4 and 19.3 and 19.2 pretty soon, I'm going to say that still doesn't quite make it, although what we can do is listen to it briefly and see whether that's actually behaving itself. Kind of nasty. I'm going to say no. Or let's see if 19 proper manages it. Because that one was formidably metallic. And it was close. Let's see whether any of these manage it. That one's smaller. Again, all these reverbs are so small that it's not really very we can't really expect anything from any of this. 27D is probably the smallest one we get that's any good, but we'll see. 19.1, not even close. So nope. But here we got 18, 15, 2 14s. Closing in on the finish line. Closing in on the finish line and setting my volumes back to what I had. 18. Bill, actually I already did that tonight. Not much longer. Try this. Interesting. Do we get a keeper in the teens? No, that's 18.9. It needs to be 19.4. But we're not done. We got 15 to try. That's such a small thing. That's a shoebox. Can we do a reverb shoebox? We can but try. We'll be mixing in a spaceship cockpit. It only needs to make it to 19.3. Not impossible. Perhaps somewhat unlikely. We can but try. Sweeter than anything. Let's see what we got. Probably not going to work, but okay, 18.5, not larger than 19.3. That's not going to make it. We had 2 14s and a 13. Last chance for shoebox. So the thing is, the shoebox ambiances are basically impossible. B. It'd be very exciting if we actually get one off of the last 3. I think it's very unlikely. That said, that looks bad. Not bad. I have a feeling it's not going to make it though, but what do we got? It only needs to make it to 19.2. Can we make 19.2? That's a big jump down. No, 18.5. Looking like 27 is our smallest. 14 proper. 2 more. Yeah, running this algorithm for days on end only produced this many really tiny ones because it just doesn't work normally. This is just not something you can do. Honestly, the number of seats in the room is more like the square root, so the 27 is already like a room you can only fit 5 people in. see. Okay, interesting. What do we got? What do we got? 14U. $18.7. Is that close enough? Because it's better than the last one. This nonsense. Oh gosh, look at that. So something terrifying is happening in here. That's a beat below shoebox ambience. You know what? I'm going to hang on to that one because that is the closest I've seen. It's 18.7. It's not close to 19.2, but that is highish. So I am going to hang on to that. But let's see if the 13 also makes it. It said it better be close. Oh, okay, that one didn't work, did it? Let's build it again. Maybe I did something wrong. Last one. Last one. Let's see, can you work the second time? Yes. Last one, smallest one. That is a deeply obnoxious one, but maybe it'll be okay. Let's see. Firstly, save. Okay, if that's even close to the other one, we're keeping it. It's the last one. However, it has to be close. If it is more than 200K off, we're not keeping it. 18.6. I will also remind you that the next two, we got 18.6, 18.7, and then these two are 18.5 and not good enough. So that, I think, does it. And let's just cheat to make sure that this says the right thing. So 18 instead of... So see, it's legit. And then 27 was actually larger. That was actually correct. So we have two shoebox reverbs that will actually work. And we save. And we quit out of this. We close that. We close that. And we quit out of this. And we're all done. Got there. That is a giant pile of potential reverb impulses to be used for the purpose of either shoebox reverbs, which I'm sure we can make that work. We can set it up in such a way that that can also be an available thing. And studio room reverbs for use with headphones. So when you are running sounds and they have a lot of peak energy, it can be redistributed to where you can hear it. And on that note, I might not even be ready to make my tacos yet. I haven't even started defrosting it yet, but I can think of an errand or so that I can run, and I have got through all of that by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So I am going to say good day. And I'll see you folks on Thursday, where we will do something more exciting than that. That was not necessarily a fun thing, but by God, we got through it, didn't we? See you later, everybody. See you on Thursday.